Hey y'all, it's me, it's Yvette. Okay, I'm super excited to get started sewing this. So here is what we are making. That's what I was dancing with there. We're gonna make this joy pillow, and I know that, I'm calling it a pillow, but honestly, you can make it whatever you want it to be, okay? I'm going to go through the chat real quick just to say hey to a few people, and then we're going to get started because I'm ready to go. Let's see here. I have no idea what just happened to my camera. Hello. 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 No idea what happened there. Okay. Let me scooch to the top. All right, we've got Katie Crafts here. Shelly Clark is here. Linda Parsons. Lori LaSalle is here. Lavina. Nancy Gus. Hey, sweetheart. Patrice is here. Shelly. Cheryl. Linda's just gonna watch. That's okay. You can always come back. And this is why it's live, but you can always come back and watch me make anything that I have here. Carrie's here, Lavina's here. Oh, I said Lavina already, but I just said it again. Tamla Hannah is here. Oh, Nancy's just watching too. Karen is here. Jackie's here. Mona's here. Jill. Hi, Nellie. Shelly Stewart is here. Ruth. Sherry Olander. Oops, my stuff popped up again. I hate when it does that. Okay, here we are. Laura Veach is here. Dale is here. Oh, it's Daisy. Daisy Ramsey from Down Under. So happy you're here, sweetie. Dawn Denny is here. She says, oh my gosh, I get to see my Yvette. This makes me so happy since I don't get to watch Wednesdays anymore. Oh, that's so nice, Dawn. I plan on making the Friday night thing pretty regular, so hopefully we'll get to see each other a lot more often. Let's see. Yvonne is here. Ingrid. Barbara Mariachi is here. Marguerite is here. Katie Jolson is here. I'm great, Katie. Am I going to do a video of my new sewing dates? Yeah, as soon as I get it a little more cleaned up, I promise I will do it. There is just a lot to organize, and since now I get to have it all in one space, it'll just take a little thinking through. And tomorrow I get my long arms. I'm so excited about that. Let's see. Janet is here from Western Australia. Hi, Janet. Sarah is here. Kay is here. Mary Jane is here. Tracy is here. Hi, Cynthia Field. Sheila's here. Laurie Parascandolo is here. Tracy Albert. Awesome. Okay, so I'm at the bottom. So let's kind of get started because I'm going to try to get as close as I can. Hopefully I can finish it tonight. That way you can always come back and see everything I do. Okay, so this is my pillow form. Mine measures 12 by 18. I think I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget. Yeah, so my pillow is 12 by 18, which means that my finished front and back is going to be 11 by 17, okay? Or finished before I start making it into a pillow. Now, if you don't want to make a pillow, if you don't have a pillow form, you can make it a mini quilt and just hang it on your wall. You could do whatever you want with it. I'm making a pillow tonight. And I am going to be finishing my pillow with a zipper. Okay, so I will show you how to do that. If you would prefer to do an envelope closure, that's fine. Hope you have all the instructions on doing that because I'm not going to be doing the instructions on that tonight. I'm going to be showing how to put in a zipper. Okay, so there's my pillow. And again, this is the pattern. It is free in my shop. So if you go to TheYvetteRene.com, And if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see, like, I think it's toward the right side. It'll say freebies because it is a free pattern. And you just click on it, put it in your cart, and then check out. And you won't have to pay, obviously, because it's free. So that's just an easy way for me to keep track of how many are going out. Okay, so that's where you would get the pattern. And I am using Scandi 2022 by Macower UK, and you can use whatever fabric you want. What else do I need to tell you before I start? I think that's probably it. Now I've already cut out my templates, and of course my fingernails don't run across this this cutting mat. That's the only thing about having this kind of like polish, is that it doesn't let you pull up. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and change the camera so that you can see what I'm doing down in front of me. And it's not gonna do that now. It is going to stop. Why did it stop doing that? Okay, hold on. One moment, please. Okay, let's flip that. Can I flip that? That's not the way I want it. I want it the other way. Hello. Hold on. I know that there's a way to do this. I might have to do it by hand. Nope, that's not going to do it. Y'all know I'm like tech challenged, so just give me a second. If I can, I wonder if I can just take this and make it larger. Well, that just is not good. I don't like that. It's supposed to go the other way. Maybe I'm supposed to do something else. Hold up. That? Nope, that didn't do it. Nope. Add that. Okay. Let me see, what does this say? Swap cameras. Where did it go? Oh, there's that one. Oh, come on. PIP. Oh my goodness, you guys. Okay, so you may not, if you have to see just one, you probably just want to see this one because that's going to show me sewing. And let me try to back out a little bit. Ugh, there we go. All right, so hopefully you'll be able to see a lot of what I'm doing. I'm gonna like look up to make sure that you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so I have already cut out all my templates and they're ready for me to start sewing. And honestly, I just sit here and I just cut the fabric as I go. And when you are going to see like smaller pieces, if you haven't done it before, then just know that it doesn't matter what size the piece is. It's still just a piece. And I do cut my fabric a little bit bigger so that it's easy to work with. Okay. All right. So let me see. We've got a little bit of chat. Hi, Patty. No. Okay. So Tracy, when you're making a cover for a pillow, you always want to, like, if your pillow, like a very popular size is 20 by 20 because you can get those 20 by 20 pillows from IKEA that are amaze balls. In fact, I have a whole bunch of those as well. And what you want to do is you need to make sure that if your pillow is 20 by 20, then your finished wants to be 19 by 19. And that's before you even start sewing them together. Because once you sew them together, then it's going to be 18 by 18. And that's what you want. Otherwise, your pillow doesn't get formed properly. It's not, you need it to get you need it to get all the way into the corners. You'll see at the end, it's going to be just fine. I promise. I do these pillows, I mean, not all the time, but I've done quite a few pillows. Okay. Let's see. I know. I usually do picture in picture, and I have it set up already, but I had to do a big cleanup on my computer last night, and I think I just messed a bunch of stuff up. And of course, I didn't test before I came on because that's just how I roll. Okay, so I'm about to get started. If you guys are not already subscribed, please subscribe, like this video, and here we go. All right, so whenever you are working on FPP, the important thing is for you to make sure that you attach the pieces of fabric on in order of the numbers on the paper, okay? So this first piece, and what I probably should have done is marked what everything was, but I know because when I printed it out, the gray part will be colored fabric. So that's where I'm going to put my red fabric, and then everything that is white is going to be my background fabric. Okay, so I need a piece of background first. So that's this guy. And I just pretty much put it down and make sure that it's going to cover all the areas, and then I cut. And then my next piece, they're all going to be this red fabric, which I'm going to use here. And honestly, you guys can, you can make it very scrappy if you want. Like if you have a bunch of scraps that you want to work with, you can just piece, you know, any colors on here that you want. It doesn't have to be red, or it doesn't have to be, and it doesn't even have to be the same color. You can make it like a rainbowy look, or if you like, if your favorite colors are, you know, for Christmas, or like maybe blue and silver, you could like mix up a whole bunch of blue and silver and attach them like every other one is blue and every other one is silver, or something like that. The sky's the limit, really. So you could do whatever you want. So I'm just going to go all the way across here just to have a piece ready. All right. And now these are going to be they're going to be pretty small, but you want them to make sure they're long enough to cover the whole area. So I'm just going to cut here. And then I'm going to just cut a few. So this one doesn't need to be that wide, so I will cut it in half. So that's my number 1 piece. That's my number 2 piece. And that's my number 3. And I can probably do 4 and 5 like that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, those are pretty small. Now, here's what I tell everyone. If you get to a piece and you're thinking, oh my gosh, that's so small, I don't want to work with that, you can make your own executive decision whenever you are putting this together, guys. If you want to make, like, if you want to just make 7 and 8 one piece, you can absolutely do that. But the reason why I don't is because there's this little bend in it. And it's almost negligible, but for me, when I'm designing, I kind of prefer for things to look more realistic instead of like, anyway, so that's why I do it, but you could probably put those together if that's what you want to do. And I usually just cut all of my fabric before I get started. That way all I have to do is sew. And here we go. So I've got all 9 of my pieces cut for my A template. So now all I got to do is flip the fabric over, and I'm going to use them in order and attach them in order. So if I take the first piece is the only one. Let me explain it this way. So when you're looking at your pattern and you see all of the numbers, this side is the wrong side. This side is going to end up being your pretty side. Like this is the side everyone's going to see whenever you sew everything together. So when your fabric has been pressed and finished, this is the side that you want to be pretty. Now your first piece is the only one that you do not sew and then press. Okay, so that one, you want it to be pretty on that side right from the beginning. Okay, because that it's staying right there. It's not going to move. Now, your next piece is going to be number 2. You want to have number 2 toward the top, because when you sew across this way, then you're going to flip it to cover where number 2 is. Okay? Now, I know that I'm going pretty quick right now. Anything, if you're not catching on, please go and join Piecing It Real, because I can teach you in video very easily. And you can watch those videos over and over and over until you have it down, right? Okay, so now you can see that I'm putting the pieces together now, right sides together. Because after I sew this piece on, I'm then going to flip it up, and now you're going to see the pretty side. See what I mean? So now I'm going to go and I'm going to sew on the line that is between number 1 and number 2. I'm going to lower my stitch length to 1.2, and I do that because that makes it very easy to tear my papers off the back once I'm done. I suggest that you use 80 weight thread. Personally, I use 80 weight in the top and 100 weight in the bottom. I use a 70-10 needle, and I also use an open toe foot so I can see exactly where my needle is going down. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now, another thing that I would tell you is you do not have to backstitch, but if it's habit, you can go ahead and do it. It's not going to be bad. If your machine automatically does it, it's really okay. It's just not necessary because your stitch is so small. Okay. Now, personally, I think that with FPP, you want to keep it as clean as possible. So I always trim off any long threads that are left behind, just so that it's as clean as possible. Now, once you have your piece sewed down, move these templates. Once you have your piece sewed down, you're going to put it on your cutting mat with the numbers facing you, and then you're going to fold. You want to make sure that the side that you just added on, so like number 1 was normal, normal, and number 2 is what you're adding on. So you want to make sure that that piece is either to the right if you're right-handed, or to the left if you're left-handed, because now I'm going to trim. So I'm going to fold that back on that line that I just sewed on that seam, and it's going to fold right over because you just sewed on that line. It's going to fold exactly where you need it to be. You could take an add a quarter ruler and trim off everything that's on the other side. And now I'm going to take it over to my pressing station, and I'm going to fold that back and press right there. And of course my iron has gone cold. Of course it has. I have to order another mini iron because I broke the handle on mine. Absolutely nothing happened to it except that I pressed way too hard because I don't know, I'm way stronger than I thought, I guess. And yeah, and then I broke it. So just leave it to me. All right, now what I do is after I give it a quick little press, I then use my Acorn Precision Piecing Magic Juice, and I just put a little bit right on the seam. I just put it right on it. I've never had any issues. Doesn't matter what color my fabric is, it always, nothing happens. And then I just press it down, and we call this Magic Juice because it literally gives you the flattest seam you're ever going to see in your life. Look at that. Flat as a pancake. Okay, so my next piece is number 3. I'm going to put number 3 to the top. I'm going to slide my fabric with the pretty side facing me. See, pretty. And then I'm going to make sure it is at least a 1/4 inch above the line that I'm going to sew on, which is the seam allowance. And then I'm just going to sew on that line between number 2 and number 3. I'm going to clean it up real good. And now I'm going to make sure that number 3 is to the right side because I'm right-handed. If you do not have an add a 1/4 ruler, you can always use any kind of ruler that you have that has a 1/4 inch line on it. And I could just put that 1/4 inch right on the fold and then trim. It does the same thing. The only thing is that when you have the add a 1/4 ruler, it's got this little lip on it right here that will stop right on the piece of paper. And so it just goes right up against the paper and stops right there. See, so it doesn't move. And then you can just trim. It's the same thing. It's just this makes it a tiny bit easier, and it's pink. I mean, hello. At least the ones I sell are pink. Okay, so now I'm going to press. I'm going to put some magic juice on that baby. You don't need a lot. You really don't. You just have a little bitty, you just wipe on it a little bit. I barely even press mine. I press it a little bit to like have it start coming out, and then I just pick it right up. And it's flat as a pancake. All right, so now number 4 is right up here. I'm going to take number 4, same thing. And sew it down. The one thing you guys are going to love about FPP, if you haven't done it before, is that everything, all your corners, everything is like absolutely perfect. There are like little things you can do that will totally ensure that. I use combination of my Wonder Clips and pins, and it's real simple. Okay, so now I'm going to add piece number 5. I'm going to have to figure out a way to get myself just a tiny bit more light over here because, or I need to like move my Hollywood light. I got to move it so that it's giving me more light right here. Okay, here we go. After I sew this, I'm going to check out the chat real quick. I know that I have some people in the house right now who are Piecing It Real members. So if you have any questions about FPP, you could probably ask them. Let's see. Oh, Steph's here. Hey, Steph. I'll go back a little bit. There's when she came in. There you go, Tracy. I'm glad y'all are learning something new. That's good. Hey, Nancy. Hi, Sarah. Okay, let me go down here. Tracy says, Yvette, I'm making an FPP quilt for my son. Have all blocks done and putting them together in Quilt As You Go method. Oh, cool. Let's see. Ah, it just popped up. Francis is here. Hi, Francis. Pamela's here. Hi, Marie. Oh my goodness, Brenda, I'm sorry. If you go to type in justanother-button-company.com, justanother-button-company.com, that will take you to where you can sign up for the pin club. I think on the left side, you'll look for, it either says subscriptions or something like that, or clubs. You'll see it. Yes, please subscribe. Thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Oh, Bettina's here. Trish is here. Okay, I don't see any questions right now, so I'm going to keep sewing. I found my little turtle guy. Hello, little turtle guy. He was with my stuff from the last retreat. I was like, I know I had him somewhere. Thank goodness I found him. Now he's helping me with my scraps and stuff. He does a good job of holding the scraps. All right, now we are ready for number 6. And I'm excited because I actually have 2 of these pillow forms of the same size. I think I'm going to make a second one even. And I could put them on my sofa. I have one on each side. Okay, now I'm going to trim. And it's a very simple process. It's very methodical. You just sew, trim, press. Sew, trim, press. Same over and over. Sew, trim, press. You guys hear Jelly Bean? I'm telling you guys, I just fed them before I came on. So you'd swear I never feed the poor cat, but I do. Okay. Now I am going to do number 7 and number 8, and we're going to see how it goes. I mean, basically it's just going to leave the tiniest little piece, and I know that. If you guys want to try to put them together, that's okay with me. You know what? I'm not sitting next to you. I'm not going to know what you do. And, you know, so you guys can do whatever you'd like. Now, since it's kind of really tiny, I am going to do some little back stitching right on that line. And I just went back once. And the difference it's going to make is probably minuscule, I'll be honest. But also, I'm still learning how to design. So I learn new stuff all the time. So I'm just going to put it back on that little bitty spot. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything to do it. You're still going to trim just like before. And then I'm just going to press it over. And it's going to be just fine. To me, it just gives it that little nuance of shape. That's all it does. And so sometimes you'll see whenever I design things, sometimes I accidentally leave it in. It's a mistake. You know, feel free to ask me about it if you want to, or decide for yourself that you're not going to do it. Whatever you'd like. Okay, number 8. I'm going to put that little baby piece on there too. It's just a little baby piece. I'm just not one of those people who likes for my stuff to look kind of geometric. I guess that's the way to say it. I think I might back space a little bit on that one too. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to trim that little baby piece. I love doing it with you guys because I have so many people who are always like, oh my gosh, it's such a little piece. How am I going to do that? It's just like a big piece, except you just, you know, you're probably going to end up trimming more off, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. And I just don't cut my fabric that small because why do that? You're just going to drive yourself nuts. I mean, I leave my piece kind of big. I mean, look how big that piece is for that little bitty thing. Because if I tried to work with a piece that was that small, oh my goodness, no wonder you'd be complaining. Yeah, I just leave it like this. It's still a very tiny piece. You're not like, the amount of sanity that you're saving is, you know, definitely more beneficial than trying to save that little piece of fabric. So just cut yourself a nice piece that you can handle, that you don't have to worry about. Okay, one more piece, and this is number 9. Also, if you were going to make it into like a wall hanging and you wanted it to be bigger, you could always take that. You can just increase the size of the pattern whenever you're printing it, and just make sure that you print all of the pages at the same size. As long as you do that, you should be able to still use it. And they'll all go together just fine. So you can always enlarge or even reduce patterns if you ever want to. Okay, I'm going to trim that one. Let me see, chat. Nancy is a free pattern. I don't know what oh, here it is. And this is what it looks like. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting that that camera's not there. And it's a free pattern in my shop, TheYvetteRene.com. And just go where freebies are, and you can download it for free. Hello, Gina. Hi, Sherlock So's. Hi, Colleen. I haven't seen Colleen in like ages. Okay, perfect. Yes, Dawn, I have a new sewing cabinet. Yay! And if you're interested in one, I have an affiliate link. Okay. So here's my piece after I finish sewing it. And now I'm going to trim. And I'm just going to trim and leave in the 1/4 inch seam allowance, because you're going to need that 1/4 inch. And this is where a regular ruler will be better. But you're going to need that 1/4 inch whenever you're going to attach the pieces to each other. So you need that seam allowance built in. So don't cut that off. You want to leave that part on. Jellybean, you just ate dinner, buddy. He likes to tell everybody that I starve him. Okay, now in the pattern, I've written in these tiny, or when you see these tiny little pieces that are cut off, it's just to help it whenever you are going to be joining them together. Sort of like whenever you have those little corners that are cut on some patterns. So I usually wait until I'm trimming before I kind of go, okay, because it's just a little piece. It's like take that little piece off and then take that little piece off, and you should be just fine. Now you'll be able to put those corners together whenever you're sewing them together. All right, so now I've trimmed it, and there it is on the other side. All right, so I'm gonna just put that aside for a little bit, and now I'm gonna move on to letter B. Here we are, and this first piece that we're gonna put on is the only one that's colored. The other ones are gonna be the background. So let me just get my fabric cut. The first piece is going to be off of the red. So I'm going to cut that. Oh wait, will this fit? Nope, won't fit. Okay, cut another piece. Jellybean, what are you doing, honey bun? Seriously? Are you serious right now? I'm just going to make sure it's long enough. I want to go about there. And it's not going to have to fold over, so I can cut a smaller piece. I can, there we go. Okay, number one, I'm going to put it face down. And then, let's see, I've got this extra piece over here. That's going to be good for the last piece. Let me just cut that. And then, can I use that? I could probably use that for the others. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to cut this one about there. All right, so that's number 2, number 3, and number 4. So now I'll flip them over the right way. I'm going to take number 1, and I'm going to put it so that it's pretty side on the outside because it's the only one that's not going to move. So there you go. Just want to make sure that that piece of paper is all covered up with the fabric, which it is. And now I'm going to take number 2 and I'm going to turn it toward the top. I'm going to take that piece of fabric, pretty side to me, and then I'm going to put it right there where it needs to be added on. All right, here we go. Jelly Bean, I am not giving you a snack right now, baby. That's why I fed you dinner before I came on. And unfortunately, Jim is at work, so they're not going to be able to get a little snack. So he's decided he's going to go sit on my fabric, because if he annoys me enough, I might go and like feed him, you know. So he's sitting on like the fabric for the back of my pillow. Oh, Jelly Bean. Jelly, jelly, bobelly. I've decided I'm going to order these little, there are these little finger things that you can put on your hand so that whenever you're, because you know, like, I don't know about you guys, but whenever I do that, I press the seam to set it. And then when you go to fold it over and hold it until you can press it, your finger gets, I mean, you know, your iron is hot. And even if you briefly touch the fabric just to like fold it over or whatever, it's still going to be really hot. So I'm going to get those little things that you can put on your finger and so you don't get burned. Let's see how they work. I haven't ordered them yet though. Keep talking about it and I still haven't done it. Alrighty. Sewing on piece number 3. Okay, now I'm trimming. Oh, Christy's here. Hi, Christy. Jill, I'm still using up my Orfill, but I'm going to be switching over to Wonderfill actually, because I've been noticing that because I put Wonderfill in my bobbin and I have absolutely no lint. It's unbelievable. And so I think I'm going to, well, not think, I'm going to be switching to Wonderfill. So I'm kind of working through my Orfill right now, and then I'm going to switch over. Let's see. But mommy, you're sewing on camera. I need my screen time too. If that's all he wanted was screen time, believe me, I'm fine with that. Sherlock sews. Do I starch my fabric? You know what? I typically do, but in this particular instance, I have not starched it. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It really depends on what I'm doing. If there are any creases in my fabric, I will definitely always press it before I use it, which means if I'm pressing it, I'll starch it. Hi, Denise. I know, right? Ooh, I love this sweatshirt. Oh, Denise, you're at a quilt retreat. Awesome. Hey, Shirley. I did not say Siri. My goodness. Okay, perfect. I got caught up. Now I'm trimming. Okay, and then the last piece, number 4. Hi, Sherry. Awesome. Hey, Donna. Donna Bogart's here. Okay, so B is finished. Now I'm just going to trim it. Okay, now I'm going to trim these little tiny pieces. just in case it's helpful. I figure I drew it that way for some reason. Okay. Little tiny, barely anything, little pieces. Okay. So there is B. It's finished. So let's move on to C. All right, C1. Okay, so it's like, these are like two tiny little pieces. And I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, she's crazy. I am. I'm pretty crazy. I'm pretty nutballs. So, and it had to go that way because it's two separate colors. So you've got C1 is your background. C2, C3, and C4 are all red fabric for me. And then 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all background. So I'm going to get those ready. I don't think I have any more background cuts. Let me cut a little piece. Trying to keep everything all organized over here. Okay, number 1 is not very big, but I'm just gonna, I leave it at least like that because you got to be able to handle it. If it's too small, it's ridiculous. So leave it at least like this. You can handle the darn thing. So that's number 1. Number 2. Okay, now I can tell you that number 2 is gonna be like a little funky angle. Okay, it's a tiny little piece, but it's still going to be a funky angle. And you can tell because of the way, like it's like on one side, it's a smaller angle, and on the other side, it's a bigger angle. So, or it's, and it's going the opposite direction. Anytime you see one that's looking like that, it's what I call funky angle. Okay, so this one's little, so it's not going to really give us too much trouble. But a lot of times when you are doing larger patterns and you come across something like that, you really do have to take steps to make sure that you are getting it in the right place. And if you join Piecing It Real, you will get all of my little tips about how to do that. You don't really have to do it very much right here, but it basically involves just folding down on that piece and then making sure from the other angle that because you're going to, remember, you're sewing a piece on and then you're going to have to flip it to press it. And so when you do that, if you don't put your fabric down in the right place, it's going to flip in the wrong area. And that's how you get where you're so frustrated and you can't figure out how on earth you're supposed to get that piece on. There's a way. Okay, so I'm going to use a bigger piece just because of funky angle. Okay, so that's number 2. And then we have number 3. I don't think this is going to be usable for anything. I'm going to just move that over there. Number 3, I just need a piece from this. Number 4, I should be able to use that. And then number 5, we're going back to the white, which I can probably cut these in half and do 5 and 6 because they're little. And then let me get another piece for 7. Let me see, how's 8 going to have to be? It's going to have to be about that wide. So I'm going to just cut that one. And then I'm going to take 7 off of the bottom. You don't need very much, and then 8. All right, 7, 8. So now I'm going to take my fabric, I'm going to flip it over, and now it's ready in the order that I need it. Okay, number 1. I'm just going to put it on there. The piece is enormous, so I know I don't need to worry. Now remember, though, whenever you're putting your pieces on here, that you do need to cover the seam allowance. So don't forget that. Don't just cover this little piece. You got to cover everything 1/4 inch that way and 1/4 inch that way and 1/4 inch that way and that way, because you're going to have seam allowance. So you're not really just covering that little piece. I mean, by the time it's all said and done, you're at least going to need to have it be a 1/2 inch across because you got to cover your you have to cover your seam allowance. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of do that little funky angle thing just to kind of show you what I'm talking about. Even though it's this little bitty piece, I'm just going to show you. So you would just put, usually I use my fingernail, I'll tell you, but it's so small that I'm going to just kind of put my ruler down, and it doesn't have to be perfect. And then after you fold it back, basically you're covering this piece here. Now, because it's so small, you're not going to be able to see it, but that's what you're having to cover. So in my mind, I have to think, okay, that little piece is basically right there sticking out that way. So I want to take my next piece and I want to make sure that my piece is covering this piece sticking out. So I'm going to just make sure it covers the whole thing. Now, like I said, I used like a giant piece of fabric, so I'm not taking no chances, right? I mean, that's still such a small piece of fabric. I mean, you're not wasting that much, especially since it's going to keep you sane. All right, so then I'm just going to sew that seam between number 1 and number 2. It's not very big. It's very small. So probably what I'm going to do is, since it's on the edge, and I can sew off into the seam allowance, I'm going to do that just so that it'll secure the piece of fabric even that much better. And because it's small, I'm going to back stitch over it, just to ensure that it's staying where I want it to be. Because it's little. But I'm going to sew as far as I can, just to help. Since it's going into the seam allowance, that's fine. You can sew into the seam allowance. That's not a problem. Okay. So now I'm just going to fold that back on that line that I sewed. I say the line I sewed, the seam allowance, the seam line. And then I'm going to trim. And now I'm going to press. Now, if you guys worked on the mini-series, I mean, you had to deal with this kind of stuff anyway, so you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, so now I'm going to add number 3, which is really not all that much bigger. All right. So you're going to sew the seam that is between number 2 and number 3. All right, and I want to fold over on that seam. Need a drink of water. I'm in Denver. It's like, you know, dry as heck. Okay. Okay, now number 4. Nancy's going shopping for Thanksgiving tomorrow. Hi, Marla. I don't think I saw you come in, honey bun. Hi, Kim. Kim Hartman just came in. Okay, and I'm going to fold this back and trim it. And press. Okay, now number 5, which is a little bitty piece. 5. And you know, for this, you actually could probably use the add an 1/8 ruler, because this is some tiny piecing in there. You can always interchange between the 2 rulers. Hi, Shelly. Yes, it is Long Arm Eve. I'm getting it tomorrow. I'm all excited. And they're coming early too. They're gonna he's gonna be here at like 9 o'clock in the morning or something. I mean, that's early for me. Because that means I actually have to get up way before that to shower and all of that. I'm usually up late and so sleep late, you know. Okay, number 6. Another little piece. Yep. Hey, Barbara. Jelly Bean will have a new bed on top of the long arm. Oh, I know, right? I think that's going to be inevitable. We'll have to see how that goes with the kids. I wouldn't be surprised if Spooky Scout was up there too. Okay, doing that little trim. And press. And now we're putting on number 7. And I'm going to trim. Okay, and then the last piece, number 8. And it's a tiny bit of a funky angle, so I'm just going to use my fingernail to fold down there. And now basically when I move my fabric to the back, I'm going to want to make sure that my fabric covers the piece that's sticking out. So if you see that, and you do want to make sure that here's where you're going to be sewing. So you want your fabric to be at least a 1/4 inch higher than that, so that you have your seam allowance, and it is. And it's covering all the way down, which it needs to, and it is. I'm just going to move it down a little bit just to be on the safe side. But there you go. So then once you have that there, unfold your paper, and then real quick, just don't even look at where anything is, just go and sew it. And it'll be right where it's supposed to be. Okay, now I'm going to trim. And press. I need to put more juice in there. Okay, so then there's the piece, and we're going to trim it. All right, now I'm just going to trim those little edges right here. Okay, so then there it is. I'm going to put that aside. Okay, the next one is D. Now you can see that D is just one piece of background fabric. Let me show you what I do with this. Oh, I got some back right here. You just need to cover the piece with the seam allowance, right? So I'm just gonna lay it down right there. And I'm gonna trim, so I don't worry about it. Okay, so you do want it to be pretty side to the back. So once you do that, once you turn it to the back, I will change my stitch length all the way up to the longest that it'll go, which for me is 5 millimeters. And all you want to do is just put a basting stitch around it, and that'll just hold it in place. If anything, air toward inside the seam allowance and not inside this piece, because you'll be able to just sew right over it. It's not gonna, because when you do sew right over it, that's when you're going to get the smaller stitch length, and that's when all of that stuff will be taken care of. And this piece on the edge, I'm not going to worry about that. So I'm just going to go all around three sides, and you don't even have to like cover the whole darn thing. Like if you're about to come to the end and you're way far off, you don't have to do the whole thing. So just basting stitch. Eek. That wasn't supposed to happen. But it's in this seam allowance, so I'm not gonna worry about it. All right, you just turn it. And I am in the seam allowance, so it's not that big of a deal. I turn again. And then go out. Basically just holds the fabric in place. That's all it does. So that whenever you go to attach them together, it just holds the fabric so it's not flopping around and that kind of thing. And even if the stitches start coming out, that's okay too. It's held down enough that it's fine. So now I'm just going to trim and leave the seam allowance there. All right, and then I'm going to cut this little piece out. that I have there, the little notch. Okay, a little bitty piece. And so there you go. And you can see that it's got the basting stitch all the way around. And you're going to be stitching right on top of that with the FPP anyway, so it's going to be just fine. All right, and then the next piece is E, same thing. Now I'm just going to flip it so that the pretty side is on the back part. And again, basting stitch. Ah! Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. Did y'all see that? I just went whoof right into but it's a basic stitch, so it'll come right out, but that was kind of funny. It was like a runaway train. Okay, let's try this again. All I'm doing is a basting stitch, and I can't even do that. What the heck? Okay, here we go. I obviously got very overconfident with the basting stitch. What's it doing? It's stuck. I got stuck on something. There we go. As long as you're in the seam allowance, you're fine. You can do all kinds of crazy stitching, but don't go into the square like I just did, or into the piece itself. That's not a good idea. Okay, now I'm just going to trim. All right, you can see the basting stitch there. And then F is the same way. These pieces that we're doing right now are the surrounding of letter J. Now I don't want to just lay it out that way because my fabric is going wrong, and it's not a square, it's a triangle, so I'm going to make sure that I cut it this way. All right, and basting stitch again. I just did that again. You guys, what am I doing? I'm like Getting way too excited. Also, I think that these little snips need sharpening. I don't know why I'm telling you that. But I think that they really do need sharpening. They're not cutting like snips really should. I'm going to find a different pair at some point. All right, and this fourth side, it's so small, I'm not even going to sew down that side. I'm just going to sew here. Come on. Okay. Now I'm just going to trim this up. And normally what I would do is I would wait until I have all my pieces, all the FPP pieces sewed up and ready to go before I started putting like letters together. But I'm going to put this one together because now this is like after F, these are all the pieces for the letter J. So I'm going to put the letter J together. And I have a little corner thing here. Boop. Boop. Okay. Hey, Kathleen. Did I fall asleep? What did... Are you mean while I'm sewing and sewing incorrectly? Is that what you're... Okay, so basically, I'm going to start putting them together. Let me see. I think E went over there and F was there. I do have a picture, but basically, another thing you can do is you can always, like, flip them over. Because remember, this is like, when you flip it over, this is the correct side. This is like the pretty finished side. So as long as you make it look like it's supposed to look, and I don't think that's supposed to go there. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's there and there. And then I think that this goes up there, and then there's there. I think that's the way it goes. There's this way. I think that's the way it goes, like that. So hold on. Let me try to turn this for y'all. I mean, obviously there are seam allowances in it, so it's not going to look perfect, but that's basically how it's going to line up, right? Like that. Okay, and so I'm just going to start putting them together. Now, if I were to flip them over, then what I'd have to do is I want it to be backwards. So when I flipped this over, it would go to this side, and then this would go to this side, which means that's not correct because C and J are not next to each other. Nope. That goes like, that doesn't look right either. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to get the cheat sheet. All right. Now, I like looking at the picture too because that'll help me. Okay. Because in my picture, you can see where all the lines are. And then it says, so I'm going to sew A to B, which this is here. And that goes there. That's the J. And this side is over here. Yep, this goes over there. And this piece is up here. Okay, so I'm going to go like from the middle out. Just because I'm going to do it. I don't even care. So I'm going to put them right sides together. I'll flip them. And I always just like, doop, just like a deck of cards so that it lines up on the bottom, right? And you're going to see that when you put them together, you want the fabric to go together. So the paper may be like sticking out on one side, but you want the fabric to be put together. And I'll show you. Let's see. I like to use my Wonder Clips. Okay, and then the first thing I'll do is I check the corner with a pin. So I just take some very thin pins. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stick it right in this corner. Right in the corner. And then when you look on the other side, the corners should match up. And I mean, that's, oops, sorry, that's pretty darn close on that back end. It's so hard to get everything exactly perfect. So once it's like that, then I'll go to the other side. And I'll take a pin and I'll put in that other corner. Because if this corner is like perfection, I'm not even going to mess with the other one because it's so close. I'm not going to like go crazy. Okay. Now see, that side, sorry, is like practically, that is like perfect. So I'm just going to leave that right there. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pin and I'm going to put it like somewhere along the line right here. I'll show you. Hold up. Let me get it in there first. Same thing. So you can see, oh, hold up, you will see in a minute, that I put the pin right on the line, and then when I turn it around, it's coming out right on the line. So I know that this is fine, okay? Now, if you are, and I honestly, like, I'll just Wonder Clip that sucker to death. I'll just Wonder Clip it all over. I don't want it to move, right? I mean, listen, the Wonder Clips are not going to hurt anything. So I just put a million Wonder Clips in it. I mean, who cares, right? I mean, it's not going to move. That sucker ain't going nowhere. But then the other thing that I'm going to do, if I'm pretty new and I want to make sure, like, you don't want to have to pull these stitches out, okay? Because, like I'm saying, I sew mine at 1.2 millimeters. That's really, really tiny. So, to be on the safe side, I'm going to leave my stitch length at a basting stitch. I'm going to leave it at 5.0. And I'm going to sew right on the line. You just want to make sure that you're staying right on the line. Okay. And go real slow because you want to make sure you're staying right on that line. It's better to take your time now than to have to keep ripping everything out. You're just going to be annoyed. All right. Okay, so all I have done is a basting stitch. So if it's in the wrong place, all I have to do is pull out 5 millimeter stitches, not 1.2, okay? So when you flip this out, you can kind of press it down with your hands, and you can see that that's where you want it to be. And once you're sure, now you just go back, lower your stitch length to 1.2, and you don't even have to take this basting stitch out. You don't. You can just leave it right in there because you're going to stitch right over the top of it. and then you just go ahead and stitch. Now, usually whenever I'm attaching, you know, whenever I'm attaching the pieces together, I will do a back stitch. And then you can just sew right on top of that basting stitch. Okay. Now, I press all of my seams whenever I'm attaching like this. I press them open. You want to do that. It will reduce bulk. Before you press, you want to just take the seam allowance paper out. Only the seam allowance paper that you just sewed the seam allowance on. Nothing else. That's because if you leave that in there, it's pretty much going to get stuck. Because once you start stitching on top of, you know, stitching on top and on top and on top and on top, it just, it will get stuck inside there. So now I'm going to go over, and I have my pressing stick. That's what I use to press open. So you can start by using your fingers to sort of encourage it to lay flat. Now, whenever you're doing FPP and you have like things like this, like letters that you're putting together, or things where it's going to be tight and small, don't worry about that bulk so much, because once we're going to like put a batting on the back, and this is going to totally like sink right into the batting. So all of this bulk is going to sink right into the batting, and it'll be just fine. All right. So now I'm just pressing it open. And it is really bulky, so don't, you know, just expect that. And it's really going to be fine. But you do want to attempt to press it down. And with the pressing stick, I can just kind of give it a little side to side motion to help that seam kind of go flat. Okay. So now, that's my first sewing piece. Here's the back, right? It's going to be a little bulky, especially right here. That's okay. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sew the rest of this J. So I'm going to put this together. You want right sides together. And again, you're wanting the piece of papers to line up. Don't worry, and you want to make sure like the little corners are like lining up. Don't worry about how it looks on the back, because that's all going to lay out when you get there. Just use your fingers so you can feel it. Okay, now I'm going to just take my pins again. I'm going to start on one corner. And that is like dead on, both sides. Okay, I'm going to go to the other corner. I'm going to stick my pin in. And there's a lot of bulk there, so just kind of push it through. Okay, now that one is off. Can you see that? How off it is? But what I think the issue is here is simply the bulk. I don't think that it's really that far off. And if you look at how much fabric we have right there, that's what I'm kind of thinking, because this side was like perfect. So now I'm just going to take another pin, and I'm going to make sure that they're lining up in the middle. and it's dead on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do that basting stitch right here to just see what it's going to look like whenever I pop that baby open, right? And I'm just going to put a bunch of wonder clips in. I'm going to put my stitch length back up to 5.0, and then I'm just going to stitch across there. Okay. Now you guys saw how slowly I took that. First of all, because you've got a lot of bulk. Secondly, because you saw that runaway train that I had. The other times whenever I like all of a sudden pounced on the gas. Okay, so you can see, I'm going to like kind of flatten it out so I can show it to you. Now you can't look at this bottom thing here because that's in the seam allowance right there, okay? So that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you can see that everything else is lined up just like it's supposed to be. Sorry, it's very backwardsy in the camera. All right, and that's seam allowance. So that's good. Don't worry about that. All right, so let me go and re-stitch it with a 1.2. And here we go. I'm just going to stitch right on top of it. Whatever you do, don't forget to go back and do the 1.2 because it'll fall apart whenever you are doing everything else. You don't want that to happen. And you want the papers to tear out easily, so. Now, personally, when I start getting to this area that has all that bulk, I take it real slow because that's a lot of fabric. And it makes it easier for it to shift. You know what I mean? If you are going too fast, it's very easy to have that shift pop in there. Okay. Now I'm going to tear out the pieces that are in the seam allowance. And I did do some stitching in the seam allowance, so I am going to do a little bit of tearing out of the little corners, but that's okay. That's because I took my stitches over the seam allowance a couple times for those little pieces. Okay. And now I'm just going to go and press that open. I'm going to kind of encourage it a bit before I start using the iron. I'm going to just move the fabric back and forth so I can lay it out flat on the papers. Okay. I don't know, that part on the J, I think I might have accidentally put the wrong fabric right there. I'm not sure. I think it was supposed to be background and I put red. Jelly Bean, don't put your butt in everybody's face, buddy. You're not doing that, are you? Okay, so now I'm pressing it down. You can't see that because you got Jelly Bean in your face. Hi. You're wanting a snack, aren't you? I know. I know. I'm sorry Daddy's not home. Mom's busy. All right, so I'm just going to kind of give it a little press. I'm just going to lay it out and just kind of try to get it to lay flat a little bit. Sometimes I will actually put a little bit of magic juice right there and see if I can get it to lay flat, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, so now you can see that A is in the middle, and then I have B over to this side of it, and then C over to the other side of it. So A is in the middle. So when you're laying them out, you'll have A, B, C. All right. And then I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. I don't think I gave you guys the, or even me really, the layout. I think I forgot to do that. Okay, so I'm going to put E to that side, right? And then, okay, so that's where I'm putting E, is next to B for some reason. All right, so I'm going to put that there. And again, I'm making sure that the lines match up. This will be a little bit easier because E is just one piece of fabric. It's not a whole bunch of bulk to add on to there. But I'm going to do it the same way. I'm just going to put all my wonder clips in. And then, oh, I don't think that's right. I think I need to move that. I need to scooch it down a little bit. Scooch. All right, that looks better. Maybe I should go from the other side. All right, now I'm going to put a pen in one side. It's pretty darn close. The other side. Oh, that is not close at all. Let me check the middle. Okay, that's good. I wish I had my other thingy with me. Okay. Let me see. What do I want to do? Do I want to take a chance? If I fold that out, I think I want to move it a little bit. No, I'll move it just a tiny bit. Not a lot. I think I'm going to move it this way, just a tad. Okay. I mean, that was hardly anything. That was like blink and you miss it movement. All right, let's try this again real quick. Okay, that's not bad. All right, you know what? I'm doing my basting stitch. I want to see what it's doing, really. All right, I'm changing to a basting stitch. Okay. All right, when I open this out, okay, it looks okay to me. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the others. Oh, you know what? I think it's because I was supposed to put this on first. Was D next? D was next. Hold up, hold up, hold the presses. I'm going to take the, the basting stitch out. That's why I wasn't going. Okay, but all I had was a basting stitch. So just going to pull the basting stitch out. That's very easy. And then I'll learn to read my own pattern. And you know, that's the first thing I would have told people. Did you read the entire pattern through first? Okay, let's see here. Just come on off of there. All right, so that one's gone. Take these threads out. Okay, so actually I'm going to put this top piece in first. And so there's that. I'm going to flip it down so that it's right sides together. I've got that edge, that edge. Okay. I'm going to take a pen, put it on one side. And then the other. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I'm gonna do one down the middle. I always do that just to be on the safe side. Okay, that looks good too. So I'm gonna go ahead and baste stitch this. I'll move my clips down a little. All right. Okay. All right, so that's looking, oh, that looks good there, right? And now I'm going to add, you know what? I'm going to add this one first. What did I do? E? I did E first. Okay, so I'm going to add E. Got my little threads. He's mad at me. He's like, doggone it. Okay, so this is how it's supposed to go. So I'm going to match those lines up. Do, 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 do. Now, I haven't really pressed this yet, so I don't know if I'm just worried about how it's going together. Just the does Yvette know what she's doing thing. You're on camera. Okay, so now I'm going to put this pin in the corner, and I'm going to put a pin in the other corner. Okay. Okay, that is kind of bad right there. Let's see here. Looks like this is supposed to go up a little. Yep, actually, I could see that. Yep. Put one there. Put one here. Let's try that again. Okay, that's not bad. And let me see. Oh, I did that one already. Oh, that looks good. Okay, so that looks pretty good. I know it's, you know, it's got a lot of things in it, but the pins are pretty close to where they're supposed to be. Like, I'm happy with it. I'm fine with it. So let me try a basting stitch there. All right, and I actually haven't. I didn't do a real stitch right there, did I? Well, poop. I think I have to start this over. Don't get frustrated, everybody. I'm the one who's having to do it again. Not again, but I have to put my 1.2 stitch on top, since that one seems like it's okay. Okay. Get that one done. Okay. This was the one at the top, the D piece. All right, and then I'm going to pull out the papers in the seam allowance. There it is. Got one more piece in there. All right, let me press that. I'm just going to do like I always did, and I encourage it to lay both ways. Get the paper to lay flat. Okay, now I'm going to attach this back again. And that was that way. All right. Actually, now that I've got it pressed, it might do better. And I wanted to make sure that I did this early on because it's good for everyone to see, I think, that this is why we are fussy with it. Because if you're trying to get your seams to match, this is the way to do it. And it's better to find out now if you're off a little bit than to sew the whole thing and then you go to press it out and then, you know, it's not. Okay, so this looks good. This looks good. So I'm going to do a basting stitch again. All right, so I'm going to change it to a basting stitch. And I'm going to stitch that across. Okay. See, now that looks crooked to me. Does that look crooked to you? That looks crooked. I think maybe the F was supposed to be over there. Hold on. Yep. Okay, let's take that basting stitch out. Y'all must be cracking up at me over there. I put it on the wrong side. And then I can't see because I got glasses right here. What's wrong with me? Oh my goodness, night and day. Okay. Now I can see. All right, once it starts coming, I'm just going to do it from this side because it's easier. There it's coming. I honestly don't usually make this many mistakes. It's probably because I'm on camera. For the whole world to watch me like make big mistakes. I think this is what usually happened with Saturdays with Steph too. Because I would do everything wrong. Okay. Well, we know that that was obviously not where. So now we know that on the other side of C is F. Yes. All right. So now right sides together. How many times can you sew a seam, sew a seam, sew a seam? How many times can you sew a seam? in one night. Y'all, I just have to laugh at myself because honestly. Okay. One more. All right, so now I'm going to take a pin. I'm going to go one side. And then the other side. How many times can you rip a seam, rip a seam, rip a seam? How many times can you rip a seam in one night? Okay. Oh my goodness. It's like perfect. Because that's the piece that's supposed to be there. Okay. All right. Please let me have been doing this correctly. Please let me have been doing this. All right, I'm just going to move my Wonder clips down a little bit so I can have some room to start. And here we go. Ooh, it does not like that bulk right there. Does not like it. It's like, I don't like it. Don't make me do it. I hate this. Why you got so much fabric in one spot? You killing me, Seymour. You're killing me. I think you're supposed to say, you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Why does that look funky? I don't know. Okay. All right, let's look at this baby. I've got all of this in the way. Get out of there. Okay. Oh, look at this. Perfect. Or almost perfect anyway. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Okay. 1.2. Here we go. He is not happy with all this fabric, I can tell you what. He's like, there's something wrong with somebody who's going to make me put this much fabric on one spot. Okay. So now I'm going to tear out the paper in the seam allowance. Let me get this ready. Let go. Okay, here we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Maybe. Okay. Now I'm going to go press that open. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Do, 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 do. Okay, this is a lot of fabric right here. Just letting y'all know. So don't be frustrated with yourself. Just do the best you can. And then it will all sink into the batting. Don't worry. And then it's going to be on a pillow. So, well, if you're doing a pillow, it's going to be in a pillow. Okay, so there we are so far. I think it's just a tiny bit crooked in one spot, but that's okay. It'll all work out once we start putting everything together. All right, so now E is going to go to the other side of B. So like that. You want to put it fabric, pretty sides together, and then line up the papers at the top. By the time we finish this, we might need a cigarette, and I don't even smoke. I'll make Jim like pour me a glass of wine or something. Okay, there's that side. And that side. Oops. This thing has so many holes in it for being sewed the wrong way. He's like, I got too many holes in me. Oh my goodness. It's practically perfect because it's in the right spot. Okay. I'm sewing that sucker with a basting stitch. My goodness, I'm going to need a Hoover over here. Okay. Basting stitch. Eek. Almost had a runaway train. Okay. Da, 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 da. We're like a third of the way through Joy. Okay. Oh, goodness. All right, so now I'm just going to take the papers out of the seam allowance. Why is that not sewed down? Oh, crap. Sorry, I didn't say the C word. I forgot to do the 1.2 stitch. I was like, why is that just coming on out? Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Okay. All right, here we go. I was like, that's not tearing out or anything. Okay. Oh my goodness. Whoop. Yeah, I need to sharpen my scissors. Okay, now it's going to come off. See, look at that. Oh, I tell you. Just comes right on off of there. Look how easy that was. All right, now I'm going to press it. Now, when you're doing FPP and like, let's say you sew and then you have like a piece like this that's like hanging off, just trim that. You don't have to leave that hang. Because I mean, it's not going to do anything if you cut it off. And then that way it's not just hanging there. Because sometimes you'll have that. You see, you have like this guy. I'll just trim it just because it's just that's just more bulk in your piece. I mean, as long as you're not trimming like a seam allowance or anything like that, you're fine. Just if it's like hanging like that. I mean, if it's just like, it's not even sewed in, like, because that little piece comes out, you can just trim that off. Okay. So now, woo, there's my J. Some kind of miracle. I'm trying to think. You probably could take the papers out now if you wanted to. And the other thing is, if it's going to be like a wall hanging or, you know, for a pillow or whatever, some of those smaller pieces, I wouldn't even like worry about taking them out. I mean, if they come right out, you're fine. But if they're like really small, I'm just going to go ahead and take them off. And also, you could take the basting stitches out, or you could just rip but sometimes you might start ripping your fabric. So if that starts happening, you can just pull them out because they're 5.0. It'll come right out. Then that way, you're not going to mess up your fabric or anything. And I'm just being really careful so that I don't mess up my fabric. But it will come right out. And you can actually, like, if it gets a really long tail, you can just trim that so that it's easier to pull out. And there you go. And now you should be able to pull the E right out. I forgot D has a basting stitch. See, I don't normally, what I normally do if I'm doing the basting stitch is I will actually think about where I'm putting the basting stitch first. But being on camera, I don't know. I lose my mind whenever I'm on camera. You don't think about everything you should think about. Okay. These out. I gotta take the darn basting stitch off of F. You don't necessarily need to have the basting stitch around the whole thing. You just need it on a part so that it holds the fabric down. And if you only put it on the side where you're going to be putting your 1.2 stitch, then you can just sew right over it and you never have to take that part out. So I wouldn't normally like sew this side, but it's not that big a deal. It just takes a little time, that's all. Okay, now F will come right out. There it went. And then I'm only going to really pull like the big pieces out. Or if I can like see that it's coming up and I can pluck it with my little tweezers, then I will. Because some of them I could see that they're coming up. So I can pull that right out. But I'm not gonna go crazy about it. And honestly, like even if you're putting something in a quilt, if it's that tiny, as you wash it, it's eventually just going to disintegrate in there anyway. And I can't imagine that that's that big of a deal. I've never had it be that big of a deal. So, you know, it's up to you. If it bothers you that much, then just take the time and take them all out. It's not going to do anything. Definitely taking this big A out. I know there's a big B piece. Oh, C. Come on, C. Big C piece out. I want to make sure I get like the ends out so that you don't feel that. Okay, I'm just leaving those in. All right, so there's my J. I'm going to put it aside for right now. All right. And now I'm going to look at the this insert was when I ordered the cabinet, they do the insert as well. They offer you the insert. Tracy, I usually do that too. Leave the papers in. I usually do. Pam, usually I will, but with these being kind of square, I mean, I'm kind of hoping I'll be able to just put them right together because it should be like J is a square, O is a square, Y is a square. And also just to kind of show people removing the papers in case they're all like, I'm not staying here for hours and hours kind of thing. So normally, yes, I do. I leave them in as long as possible. Okay, so now I'm going to do the O, which everybody's going to be freaking out. Oh my God, there's like 37, 39 pieces in that. There are 39 pieces, but we're going to just go through methodically and do these. Okay, so the middle of the G, I should be able to just cut this, use a piece of this. All right. And then we're going to need little red pieces. So I'm going to cut some of those. And I'm not going to go too big because we're going to need a lot of them. All right, now I'm just going to cut a few and then start sewing, but I'm not going to cut everything before, just so that we can get going. I think I might moosh 3 and 4 together. And then 5 needs to be a little bit longer. Okay, 5, 4, there. All right, let's get going. Number 1, am I on a, yep, I'm on a 1.2. Okay. That looks good. Number 2. At least O came as one piece, right? So we don't have to like piece it together. Whew, that J got us. Or he got me anyway. Uh-oh, I'm putting Gina to sleep. Gina, are you still in the hospital, hon? Oh. Tracy says she needs another coffee. I could probably use another coffee too, obviously. Oh, you were released today. Okay, good. All right. I'm going to be a rebel and I'm going to mix 3 and 4 together. Let's see. It's going to be a little crazy sewing, but I can do it. You're in a hotel in Houston. Okay, next one. Number 5, because I'm skipping number 4. Oh my goodness. Okay, now we're trimming. And pressing. Okay, number 6, and 7 and 8. Ah, okay. Yeah, what projects are you guys working on? And number 7. Oh, Linda's crocheting a scarf. Awesome. Katie just finished 3 mini, sorry, charming Christmas quilts. 2 are for Christmas market, and the 3rd is going with my heart light to see. Now I'm working on pot holders that are also going to the Christmas market. Cool. Kim says I'm working on bowl cozies. Awesome. It's too bad you can't like play music on YouTube. So we could have like some music going. Yay! See, Katie, I told you you could do it, girly. I told you. Sorry. Oh, good. I'm so glad. I know how frustrating it is. I still remember, that's for sure. It's not something you forget. Oh, good. Hi, Mimi. Okay, number 9. Let's see, 9, 10, 11. Excellent. Oh, Nancy. That darn cabinet. And then with your back being not great right now, not fun. All right, we're up to number 10. Do, 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 do. Nancy, I want to see your cabinet whenever it's done. What do you guys have planned for Thanksgiving? We're going to Jim's cousin's house because now we've moved to Denver, and they live close to us, so I don't have to cook this year. And considering all this moving and everything else that's going on, it's a relief, to be honest. Do, 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 do. Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah, I got it, Katie. Linda says her husband and they will be going to his side at noon, and later we're going to my sister's. Awesome. Dawn has to work until 6 a.m. Thursday morning. Mary Jane's going to go to her daughter's in Arkansas. Awesome. I like literally just got the kitchen unpacked today. I don't think it's exactly the way I want it right now, but at least everything is out of boxes, which is good. Oh, Mimi's working. I'm sorry, hon. All right, 12, 13, 14. And 12. 13, 14. The world is having a hard time right now with products not getting where they need to go. Yeah, that's been going on forever, though. Oh, all the boxes are not empty. No. We still have some to open, but it's definitely, we're definitely closer. There's some of them that may, well, I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out. We're going to get them undone. We're going to get them unpacked. But we have a whole bunch of boxes that are in Jim's office, and the problem is that we started putting all of the empty boxes and all the boxes of paper and all that kind of stuff in the office in front of all the boxes of the office stuff. So we're going to probably have to move those boxes so that we can unpack the ones that are behind it. So, yeah. So we have all of those, and then we have a few upstairs of like electronic stuff, and as long as we just get everything out of the boxes. I mean, if we can, we don't have all that much so that we can just put things in piles or whatever to like put away after, and that should be okay. So I think that's what we're going to have to do though. I didn't think my magic juice was coming out, and so then I put too much. I hate when that happens because then your paper gets all wet. User error. Totally my fault though. Ooh, not happy. It's like, what's all this wet paper you're making me sew through? Nita's having Thanksgiving early at her youngest daughter's place on Sunday, then hopefully sewing on Thanksgiving. Awesome. Denise is going to her brother's. And Kim says, when did you move? If you mean me, it was about a month ago. I don't think anybody else said they were moving, so I think that's me. Don't put too much. All right, number 14. Yep, that was me. I need some water. Whew. You want me to show you how to use magic juice? It's just a little pin with PEN with the liquid inside, and it's got like a little nib on it. By the way, that was closed when I did that. I don't want everybody freaking out. And it just comes out through the nib. So I hope you guys can see over here. I think you can. So basically I do a preliminary press, right, just to get it to lay down. Now, right now, my juice, so to speak, is flowing through the nib, and then it'll start coming out, and then you just put it right along the seam. I just put a tiny bit, like just right on top of where I'm pressing. Just boop, just like that. You don't need a lot. As long as it's coming out, you're fine. And then you just press it again. And then you want to make sure that you're getting it nice and flat. I personally think that you should keep moving the iron so that you don't scorch your fabric, but you want to make sure that it dries. So that's another reason why you don't want too much. You just want to put enough that you just get it slightly wet. And then that's it. It's totally flat. And it stays that way. So that's why it's like, I like to use it on FPP because if the flatter you get your seam, the better. Okay, so now I am adding number 15, 16, 17, 18, and those are all red. And so I'm going to go, I think I'm going to do it this way. Make it like about like that. And the little one is first. So I'm going to go about there. And then that one should be fine for 17. And if I cut another one, okay. So now I'm adding number 15. Do you only put like 4 to 5 drops in the water to? No, I mean, this is the fluid right here, and you buy this refill, and then you just refill with this instead of buying a whole new pin. So, I mean, I think that there probably are some people who dilute it. I don't do that. But I would, if you need to do that, I would just go like on YouTube or something. There must be somebody who talks about it. I don't dilute it, but I think that some people do. I may be out of it right now, but I will be getting more. I'm just trying to get all settled in over here. Okay, number 16. cool. I'm glad you love it. There's another brand that just uses drops. Okay, I don't know about that. Whoops. Did not get all the way through that one. There we go. Well, if you guys can afford to shop small business, we do appreciate it. I mean, I'm sure Amazon appreciates it too, but the EU wanted to take half of Greenland's fishing rights for themselves, which would have made things worse than they are here. Oh, yeah. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, we're on a roll here. Just did number 17. And I always like whenever you can put together an FPP block that doesn't have to be sewn together, especially when it's smaller. No, I know. I didn't realize how much either, Katie, until I moved to Australia. So I completely understand. I know. Okay, now I'm starting on the background pieces. Okay. Where did I start? Oh, there it is. 19. Right. 19, 20. 21. Will this fit? Nope. All right. All right. Don't have to make it too thick. It's 22. All right, I'll come back. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, you know, if you're like watching this It's so riveting. I'm just I'm just sitting here sewing, and I'm totally entertained because I'm reading what y'all are saying, but like I have no idea. I should probably have thought about this. Maybe like before we come on and do stuff like this, we should have like an entire agenda that would go on for like hours and hours to talk about. I know what I could talk about. How many of you guys are coming to... No, you're fine, Tracy. You're fine. I mean, I do ship international, but I'm not 100% sure I even have any right now. And like I was saying, I will get more, but right now I just have too much on my plate with all that. So you're fine. You're really fine. But I will talk about my Georgia retreat. I don't know if you guys know that Stephanie and I do retreats, and we have one for New Year's that is in Dahlonega, Georgia, and we still have some spaces available. So if you are interested, we'd really love for you to be there. We are going to have such a good time, and we're trying to get booties in all the seats because it's more fun with, if we can get everyone there. So we're excited. And yeah, so if you don't have anything to do over New Year's and you'd like to come and have a real big slumber party with us, come on over. We'd love to have you. It is going to start on December 28th, and we check out on January 1st. So we're really excited. And if you need any more information, you just have to go to TogetherWeSewRetreats.com. And you can find out all the info about the Georgia retreat. We have other retreats as well, so you can go and check out what else we have going on in 2023. I can't believe it's almost already a new year again. Time does fly. It's easy for us to chat here in the chat room since the live is only one-sided. I know. Oh, you're fine, Katie. I seriously, like, if I had a way to get Jim to come over here and make me a coffee. I know, Nita, it's gonna be so much fun, right? And Denise is coming. Yep. We are gonna have a blast. Okay. I know. Oh my God. I just read that. Denise. Denise is coming to all the retreats. Oh, I love you, girly. You know it's true. And not just because you're coming all the retreats. Oh, goodness. That's so funny. I'm going to all the retreats too. I know. You know what, Nancy? It's so funny because I actually have an extra Keurig, and I was thinking to myself, because I put it up in the cabinet right now because, I'm just trying to get everything put away. And I thought I could put, I could put a Keurig down in the basement. But then I was like, at the time, I was thinking, why, I could just come upstairs and make another cup of coffee. Why would I? I obviously wasn't thinking about this. Because when I had the job in the office, I brought my own Keurig to the office because, heaven forbid I should drink drip coffee. Ain't gonna happen. I want to be able to use my K cup. Okay, number 22. Here we go. We're like in a home stretch, boy. I tell you what. I don't know why I've got this little ditty in my head. Like, tonight's kind of special. If you my age, that's it. Was that like Reuniti on Ice, or what was that? I don't even remember. You should, Denise. We're gonna have a good time. Don't you worry. I'm gonna like have my little ears on. We're gonna be ready. It is gonna be like a birthday party. It's just a party. Oh my goodness, Tracy. That is true. I know you said you're at a retreat right now. You're just a retreat going fool. Retreats are so much fun, though. I love going to retreats. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for being at another retreat. I mean, ow, I just bumped my hand pretty hard there. Ugh. It's hard to like roll a chair on carpet. Just throwing that out there. Don't even know why I'm saying that. Oh, goodness. Okay. 23. 24. 25. 26. All right. Here we go. 23. Yeah. You're sewing binding on a quilt. Awesome. That's not true, Katie, actually, because I mean, we have retreats that we're not, that are a year out, and um, we set up payment plans. And so you have the entire year to pay it off. It's not like, you have to pay the whole thing right up front. So I think that makes it a lot easier for people to do. I know that it always made it easier for me to do. That was the only way I was able to start going to retreats. I mean, obviously, if you were going to book the Georgia retreat right now, you'd have to pay the whole thing. But usually, if you book them early enough, you have quite a long time to pay it off. Oh, I don't want a chair mat though. I hear what you're saying. I do. But I don't want to put a chair mat. Will I change my mind later? Maybe. I don't know. But right now, I don't know. I don't want a chair mat. I know that would make it easier, but I just like scooch my butt back and then I'm good. I feel like I should have brought like some chips down here or something. Like some kind of snack. I mean, I have, what do I have over there? No, I don't think I have anything anymore. I don't remember. Do, 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 do. Anything to avoid going to work. Okay, Katie. Okay, well, I feel like that topic was sort of a bust. What do you guys want me to talk about? Maybe y'all could tell me and I could talk about something. My mouth and everything feels all dry. Do, do, do. Oops. Okay, so Brenda, I will talk about piecing it real. That's fine. I could totally do that. Tracy, in the meantime, why don't you tell me what you did at a virtual retreat and um, like what did y'all do and what did you enjoy about it? Share that information. I would like to hear about that. So, in piecing it real, we are currently finishing up a block of the month. So right now we are on the November block, and then we'll have a December block, obviously, and then we're going to have. I will give some, sample quilts that you can put together with all of the blocks, or you could put them together the way you would like to put them together. Um, and so we've had that going on all this year. And then we're going to have another one that's going to start up. I'm not sure when yet, but I'm definitely going to have that. I'm planning for that. We have a friendship swap that we are getting toward the end of it. So this friendship swap that we are finishing up pretty well, we have a couple of more legs left, so to speak. So we did a swap with placemats, and the last project is going to be a table runner. And so each time that we had a new placemat, you would get a new partner. And so we would partner up, and by the time we're done, we're all gonna have a whole table set. And we get together every other week to sew together, and you can either sew with everyone, or you can have a nice little chit chat and just watch what everybody else is doing. We talk about life, and obviously we'll talk about any questions that anybody has. That's what I'm there for. But we just all get to know each other and share our lives and sew together, and it's really, really great. I mean, I just love everyone in that comes every week or every other week. When you grow up, you're gonna join. That's funny. Let's see. I feel like the Piecing It Real Zoom calls are a mini virtual retreat. Yeah, it's just, it's just a couple hours, but yeah, we have a great time. Mimi says she needs to be cloned so she can go to work and the retreat at the same time. Linda, if we are having a retreat like at a hotel, then obviously, your husband could come. That would be fine. He wouldn't probably be able to participate in the sewing part, but as far as like coming and staying in your room, that wouldn't be a problem. But when we're having a retreat where, everyone is sharing space, then that's when it would be a problem. Katie, I don't think you made anybody uncomfortable. I think it's fine. Not everybody can afford to go. I completely get it. It just makes it kind of hard for those of us who are having the retreats, to kind of make everyone feel like they are welcome and that they can come. That's all it is. You didn't make me uncomfortable, that's for sure. Everybody has their own situation, so I'm totally not uncomfortable. Kim, at this retreat in Georgia for the New Year's, we are basically just saying, bring all your work in progress, your whips, and let's finish them up. Like, it's the end of the year, let's get them let's get everything finished up. Obviously, Steph and I are there. If you have any questions about any kind of, you know, quilting, whether it be traditional, Stephanie can totally help you with that, or foundation paper piecing, I can completely help you with that. Then that's fine. We'll answer any questions. And so other than just finishing up our projects, we are gonna party. um, yep. Okay, so piecing it real. Those are the kinds of things that we have right now. You know, we have, I always am trying every year to come up with something that's going to be fresh and new, and that everyone can enjoy. And so I'm not 100% certain about everything going on in 2023 yet, but can we play games? Right now? Is that what you like? You want to play a game right now, Nita? 6. Okay, I am on number 27, y'all. I'm like I'm on a roll here. Oh yeah, we're gonna have games. We have little quilting games that we play. We're gonna entertain y'all. Don't even worry. Oh, cool, Brenda! Yay! I wasn't sure how many people were watching and how many people were sewing with me. I wonder what time I would have to stay on here till to finish this. See, this is Yvette also biting off more than she could chew to finish stuff. Because I thought, oh, you know, maybe I would be on here until like 8. And it is already 9 at my house. So that means over on the East Coast, y'all are at like 11 o'clock at night still sitting here with me. God bless y'all. I love y'all. Oh my goodness, it's like 1 in the morning for Katie. Kim, you go to TogetherWeSewRetreats.com. The name of our business is Together We Sew. So you go to TogetherWeSewRetreats.com. Oh, Francis is back. Girl, we still sewing. Oh, I'm still sewing. I'm obviously going to have to start designing some easier things for us to do on Friday. I was going to do, I was thinking about trying to do a advent calendar next week, but I somehow think that that's too much. I'd have to like give everybody homework before we get started. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. It is fun, Nancy. You know what? I'm excited to be here too. I have to admit, I wish that I had a coffee right now, but other than that, I am just fine. I would really like to finish this and have a lovely little pillow to put on the sofa. And I'm also thinking that because actually it's not even that it's taking that long, considering that it's, you know, we're gonna have like a whole pillow when we're done. I don't know why I thought it would go quicker, but you know what, that's what Yvette does. I always think that everything's gonna go so much quicker. Oh, I have enough time, I can do all the things right now. I need to start treating it like it's, you know, whenever you're renovating and you have a budget and your budget always ends up doubling. I think I need to do that with time sewing. That's what I need to do. But look, I'm sewing on piece number 30 right now. We're gonna have this done before we know it. Oops. Hi, Julie. Nope, we're still sewing. Or I'm still sewing. This is probably a really good time for me to say, are you subscribed? Please make sure you're subscribed. Give me a thumbs up. Okay, here we go. Number 31. Let's see where I missed some stuff. Denise is still sewing on her binding. Mimi misses sewing. Aww. Nancy says you have a reason to get your coffee station set up. Yeah, I'm going to set it right up in the bathroom. You just watch. Oh, Lori. I've only visited one since I moved because I don't have time for that right now. I mean, I will definitely be visiting more. That's for sure. And the only one that I have visited is the one that I bought the long arm at. So I've been to a yarn shop. Does that count? I've actually been taking amigurumi classes, and the one that I'm in right now is going to finish this Sunday. I have to have all of my body pieces sewn before I go, which I have my body finished, I think, or I'm pretty close. And then I still need to make my hands, my feet, and my tail. And then we're going to put everything together whenever we go this week. So I'm excited. I'm going to have my little, he's a T-Rex. So my T-Rex is going to be done. Yarn shop counts. Awesome. Excellent. So you're going to do quilting orders? Yeah, I am. I am doing quilting orders now. Wait, what do you mean quilting orders? You mean like I'm going to be quilting for people? No. The long arm is just to do my own quilts. I am not, listen, y'all know I'm allergic to quilting. I'm only doing it because really I got a computerized one, so it's going to be quilting for me. If you want quilting done, you can go and see Stephanie. She does quilting. She does an amazing job quilting. I don't plan on doing that at all. Oh, stop it. Do. I'm on number 32. What could I do to entertain the masses? I don't know. I don't know what would count as, well, I guess you'd have to like not sound like anything. I could sing, the ants go marching one by one, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching one by one, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching one by one, the little ones stop to scratch his thumb and they all go marching down to the earth to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. I always forget songs that I sang whenever I was little. The ants go marching two by two, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching two by two, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching two by two. The little one stopped to tie his shoe, and they all go marching down to the earth to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching three by three, hoorah, hoorah. Ants go marching three by three, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching three by three. The little one stopped to scratch his knee, and they all go marching down to the earth to get out of the rain. Boom, boom, boom. The ants go marching four by four, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching four by four, hoorah, hoorah. The ants go marching four by four. The little one stopped to shut the door, and they all go marching down to the earth to get out. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I don't know. I'm probably making everyone cringe right now. This is 33. I'm just as much trying to entertain myself, I have to tell you. Because normally, whenever I'm sewing, doing projects, I listen to Audible books. I like to have noise. And I'm sitting down here in the basement, basically talking to myself. The doors is in one ear, the ants is in the other. I'm not even going to ask you which one is better. I think we all know. Has anyone used a Bowl Cozy pre-cut batting? No, I haven't. Do I have Layla Boutique? Christmas Eve is not out yet. It's not going to be out until like May? No, it might even be after that. No. Yeah, we didn't sing it that way, Nita. Sorry, Shelly. I think probably everybody sang it a different way. I don't know, because I've heard it several ways, but when I was little, we didn't sing it. We didn't sing it with Underground. It's quite possible that my mom forgot the words too, so she taught us something different. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Kim, I'm flying into Atlanta. I think it's about a little over an hour drive from Atlanta. And we can maybe even figure out if like if other people are landing, and if they're landing at around the same time, there could be like carpool situations. We haven't really talked about that yet. Does anybody know if a QUILTY tabletop quilt frame is any good? I don't know, Nellie. I'm still laughing at Nita. You're gonna have to tell us the songs that your mom taught you whenever we're at the retreat. Okay, I'm sewing on number 35. I feel like it's a miracle. But at least I don't have to sew any pieces together. I'm loving letter O. Mimi, do you have a bold, cozy pattern you're following? If not, Sean from The Guy Who Sews just put out a real quick and simple tutorial. I've only got 4 more pieces to sew on. That's 1. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I think I could probably do half and half. Okay. Huh. I've never heard of that, Kim. What am I doing? I'm just going over to sew on the where I iron. Really? Obviously, I am like losing my mind. Do, 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 do. Um, Kim, I don't think we have that planned yet. Um, hold on. Hold on one second. So usually what we'll do, Kim, is Check-in is usually right around like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not exactly sure if that's what we're going to be doing this time, but it'll be approximately that time. It covers room and board. You get a table, and it's going to cover, there's going to be like breakfast and lunch is included. Dinners are on your own. I'm pretty sure that's what we had on this one. Hold on, let me see if I see that on here. Okay, I'm not sure why that's not coming up. Hello. Nope, that wasn't it. Oh geez, hold on. I think I might have made something crazy happen. Okay, whew. I think sometimes I think you have to provide your own dinners. But there's a kitchen there, so you can always bring stuff if you want to like make your own stuff. The thing is, we usually finalize all this stuff about a month in advance, so that's about a week from now. So we haven't finalized every single thing, but I'm pretty sure that it's you provide your own dinners. Everything else is provided. We have snacks, water, sodas, coffee, all of that kind of stuff. There will be a cutting mat and iron available, but if you want to bring your own for like, you know, so that you don't have to wait, then you can bring your own. But there will be one there. Marguerite, Yvette, remember when I said paper piecing was not me? Well, daughter sent me the book quilt recipes and the papers for Wensleydale pattern. I started HB help. I don't know what that means. Have 24 blocks. Okay. Okay, I think that we should have a vote on who wants to keep doing this tonight and who wants to continue next Friday. I think I may have to start doing part 1, part 2 for a lot of these projects. We're taking a vote. I'm starting to get a little loopy over here. Thanks, Tracy. I can tell you that Tracy loves me. I can tell. Well, if we were to continue, it would definitely have, I would need an intermission. I didn't get all the way through on that one. There we go. All right, I'm going to finish my O. Which day do you have in mind, Mimi? I mean, I can totally do that. I just wasn't sure that there was, you know, going to be an audience for it, to be honest. But I could probably do that. Oh, Tracy, I love you, honey. I have to say, oh, husband. I'm gonna have to go back up there. I am finishing my O. I've only got one piece left. Let's see. Oh, your husband is paper piecing? Amazing. Awesome. Have I lost an I? No, no, no. I skip I because it looks like a one. I don't know. There's certain letters that I just skip because I always skip it. If you ever have any of my other patterns, you'll see that. I usually skip I only because I feel like it looks, you know, like sometimes you'll do it and there's like I and J sort of look alike, and then the one sort of looks like the I, and I don't know. I always end up skipping it. Because I looks like it's just a line. Or it could be, you know, somebody might think that it's a lowercase L, or, you know, I don't know. I just skip it. You haven't missed it. Oh, good. You're usually off on Tuesday and Thursday, but don't go to work until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Okay. Let me see what I can do. Because I do know that, you know, people can always watch the replay, but if the same people are always having to watch the replay, I get it. You know, you wanna actually be it alive. Okay, so I'm going to trim up my O. I almost cut the wrong thing. Whew. I definitely think I need to finish next week. Or, do you guys have another night you'd want me to do it? Okay, so there's my O. It's so much better whenever it all fits on the same piece. Yes, the Ohio one sold out. We even have like, I don't know, 12 or 15 people on a waiting list on that one. I don't think that one's gonna. Friday works. Okay. Let's see. I found a free Winnie the Pooh foundation paper piece and want to make a pillow for my granddaughter to match the quilt I made. Aw. Before I moved, I was in Baton Rouge and would catch you doing a Zoom. Oh, cool. Okay. Yes, Sherry. Eventually I think I'll put out maybe patterns for letters in my shop. But right now I'm still designing all of them. So, but yes, this is the font that I decided to go with as an Yvette font. Okay, so you guys, I will finish this with y'all next Friday. So we only have the Y, and then we're going to finish putting the front of the pattern together, and then we're going to insert a zip. Well, actually, before that, because listen, I also like to quilt it, so I will put a piece of batting, and then I put a piece of muslin, and that's behind the facing piece, and then I quilt that, and then I complete the pillow. So we'll do that next week. And Tracy, I'm sorry. I know you were like the only one who wanted me to keep going. But it's been 4 hours and I am a little tired. It's more taxing when you are on camera. Just take my word for it. How I've heard of is it Mom and Pop or something like that goes on. I've heard about them. I've heard that they're wonderful and that they'll have like a 24-hour sewing. You guys, I don't know how they do it. I have no idea how to do that. But we'll finish this next week, and then I'll have a brand new project that'll start the week after that. And I will maybe we will start doing like an advent calendar, and we can do it during the day. And if you're not able to make it, it will be on replay. I promise I won't delete anything. It'll be there. And the patterns, as always, will be free. So I'll see you guys next week, and we will finish our joy pillow. I'm very excited. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, yes. See, Donna, I don't know how they do that, for goodness sakes. But I'll see you guys next week. Let me see if I can get one last shot with the hi. Okay, so I'll see you guys next Friday. Thanks for coming. Mwah, I love all you guys. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed this. I really do. And I hope you enjoy the pattern. Good night.